So, test, test, test. I hope you can hear something now. So, good evening, everybody. As you might have seen, I released TORCS 138 finally. And today I will just play a bit and talk to the people which will join and celebrate a bit that it finally happened after 8 years or so. Took quite a long time. First I will start with basically showing some of the new features and stuff which I did in previous streams, so this will be kind of repetition. And then I will just race and see what happens. Maybe somebody has a funny idea to do something. We will see. So, first let's have a look at some physics changes. Yeah, I selected already the track to show it. Let's select the Brave driver. Yeah, that should be good. So basically, this is not the pure installation which you get with the downloader here. I added some test tracks to show you some stuff, so don't be confused. For example, that track here is not in the distribution. It's also not textured and nothing. It's just to basically show some stuff. No, there is no updated robot tutorial, it's still the old one. I prioritized first just doing the simulation stuff. So, let's go through this lap. So you see it's a pretty crazy track. And basically what is better now is here this aerodynamic behavior here, if the car flies off. That was not so good beforehand. Yeah, and this is now pretty cool, I think. And then high bankings were a problem with the old simulation. Let's see, from the front and the back. Here. So you see that matches now pretty good, and the physical behavior is also good. Such stuff was problematic with the old versions. The robot tutorial, probably not yet. I want to focus on other things first. So, what was the change here? Basically, TORCS began almost 30 years ago. I think it was 1997, so 28 years ago. Back then we had much slower processors and stuff, and basically a lot of the maths in TORCS did some clever assumptions. Basically, that sine of x is x to just avoid doing trigonometry functions, or the cosine of x around 0 is 1, and such stuff. And this led then basically to behaviors that slightly bankings and slopes and stuff worked good, because this error did not matter, but on such extreme things like that here, it worked then terribly bad. So let's have a look on another test track. First, let's navigate to the critical place. Maybe the wrong car for that track, but hey. Probably not a lot, because this is basically you have to increase the ride height and the setup such that the car is not floored. If you want to get the best result there. So basically here you can see that is crazy steep, and basically with the old versions the behavior was pretty weird because of these angles and stuff, which was not calculated properly for steep slopes and stuff, and now it's good. You mentioned Oletros. This was that one here. You mean the speed bumps here? You can hardly see it. Where are they? Here is one. Just behave nice. Oh, did I miss the other one? Or does one more come? And here are just many really tough cracks in the track, so this is pretty notorious here. If you look here, basically you run here like in a wall. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, but that behaves as good as it can, I think. I mean, in reality, probably you would ruin your car with such things. Yeah, if we are on that, then let's take that. That is also just a test track. Here is also a spectacular crack in the road, not this one. This was the harmless one. The tough one is upcoming here. You can barely see it because of the lighting, but from here you can see what's going to happen. Not so good. From each side everything is in the way. Maybe. You see also the contact physics of the car body itself is now better. Funny. Basically, there are more detection points for the collision with the car body. Beforehand it was just the wheels, if I remember correctly. Not the speed bumps, the chicane after the oval. Let's see. You mean that thing here? This looks pretty slick to me. So, what else? There is also a new feature which I called surface blending. This is more important if you do a robot race like we did in the championships, or if you drive yourself. Basically, beforehand it was there was a contact point of the tire, and basically the material property of the track was sampled just at that point. So basically you were on the asphalt, and if you go a millimeter to the right, you were on the dirt instantly. And now there's a blending mechanism implemented in the lateral direction, not in the longitudinal direction, because if you drive fast, the time step is around 10 to 20 centimeters per second, so there it does not matter, but laterally you move usually much slower, so that it makes sense. So, And with that, I also introduced the curb sounds. So basically, you can hear now if you hit the curb, which is defined as a curb in the metadata. Visibly, it might not be a curb. It depends on the creator of the track. What is to say? That feature was inspired by speed dreams. They introduced that first, and I backported it and combined it with surface blending. We can have a look at that quickly. It's also just for test purposes. This track is not in the distribution. So here you will be able to hear it on the curbs. And at some point on the track you will see it's not just on or off. It also depends on the overlap, the pressure on the wheel and the speed. You hear that from the frequency. If it's fast, the frequency is high. And here you've seen, if you just gradually go over it, is this fading in and out. So basically, if you drive yourself and you slowly start crossing a curb or so, you should be able to recognize it even if you don't see it that well out of the car. So, what else? There is a new track. Hold on. From Andrew Sumner. A beautiful one, like as usual from him. Where is it? Hidden Valley. Hold on. Here it is. It's very nice shaded, beautiful, as usual from him. He does really great tracks. And this is how it looks like. The layout in the first part is pretty crazy, actually. I find it very hard to drive manually. Hello, George. How are you doing? No, but in the app data it's just your race configuration and stuff. And 137 and 138 are compatible, so it should not hurt you. But on Windows, basically, it collects the stuff just from app data. But of course you can install it in a different directory or just manually copy it somewhere, the TORCS version. What comes in your way then? What problem do you want to solve? Otherwise, as a workaround, you could help yourself and make a little command script or batch script, which basically starts TORCS then as second step, and as first step copies the right directory there. So basically you could have two directories to start with. So you copy first the one you have now before the update, and then you do a script which switches to the desired version. So basically you can have two directories which you name however you want, and then your batch script or command or PowerShell script or bash if you are on Linux will handle the copy the things beforehand and copy it back when the application terminates. You can do that with, I don't know, 5 lines of scripting or so. That was to that. This is this beautiful new track. What else? I have also introduced the tire temperature model. We can have a look at that with player. Basically, this just happens if you have a player which is in pro mode. So the tire temperature model is otherwise not active. So the bots run in semi-pro, so they are not using that. In the championship, we used it already since 2016 for the bots, but they are not in the distribution here. Yes, but basically what I mean, you could you have one place, but you have a script which beforehand makes sure that the stuff you want is in that place and stores it back into the backup directory to save it, and does this back and forth depending on the thing you start. No, the full rollover is not there. And the reason is basically for that I would have to rework the whole collision detection in a much better way, because if a car flips over and you have just a collision box, it just looks it looks not good. If it's not considered that it's not a box, so you have to take more geometry into account. Basically, the tire model is the magic formula, the Pachenka tire model in some variation. For the base tire model, that's an empirical tire model where they basically put a tire on a measuring device and measure the forces and friction and stuff, and then basically develop the formula with 4 or 5 parameters, and then make these parameters fit. So this is basically an industrial standard model for quite some time. I think it's still used in some places. And the tire temperature model is then on top of that, and this was one from a paper, I cannot remember from whom. And I basically applied data which I collected from Michelin, Dunlop, and Bridgestone. So it's a mixture of those. But let's have a look at that. I showed you the player has to be configured as pro, that it does something. No, I want not to quit practice. And we take this one. So basically that it is, you might be aware you have on the keys, basically you can always hit F1 to get help. That's important to know. Here you can see what you have for functionality, and basically here on the driver board you have different options. Basically, if it's switched off, you don't see anything of the tire stuff. But if you are in Pro mode and the tire model is active, then you can see this data table there with front right, front left, rear right, rear left. On top are the temperatures, below are the pressures, then the wear, and on the lowest thing is the graining. And you see we start with ambient temperature here. So let's warm up the thing. Basically, these are kind of racing tires on this car, so they have not a lot of grip when they are cold. They are terrible till around 70 degrees or so. By the way, which car am I using? Just to show you. This is the normal one without the spoiler, so the TRB3, not the TRB1. Let's warm up these things. I will tell a bit more about it. You see also this bias -1 there. Basically what I also added, that you can offset the brake balance during ride. You can define keys for that in your player. So you can shift the brake balance in clicks. One click is 0.25%. Let's get this fucker's warm. I need to warm up a bit too. Now you will see we have a tiny bit of graining because we run the tire cold, but because they are new it does not build up so much, and once the temperature gets high enough it gets then worked away. So on the rear left tire you see this 0.004. This will then go away if we get just a tad warmer. You see also if that car that the tire temperature is quite asymmetric, that is because the center of gravity is pretty high. That thing compared to the TRP1 cars where it is very low. And because we have here a lot of fast left turns, the right tires really suffer here. They get cooked good. So, and the graining is away. And you see also the wear and the pressure is now higher because the temperature is higher. Let's finish the lap, go to the pit, and I can tell a bit more about it. So, let's catch up with the chats. Like that. Could I? No, you would have to copy the data with it. 27 to 31 psi, I think that's what we had. Basically, the tires in TORCS, they are usually set up to, when being on temperature, between 2.2 and 2.4 bars. This is around that, right? I cannot figure out it in my head right now. But let's talk a bit about the tire temperature model. Before we do that, basically, you see now because you have tire wear and so you have here the option to change the tires, basically. And there is just all or none in the moment. The idea is maybe later, for example, in NASCAR scenarios, you have things where they just change the more worn tires on the right or left side, however the oval goes. Or do they go always in the same direction? I don't know. So basically, we might add some option here then at some point. Now to the tire model itself, what does it do? It has basically two things which contribute to heating. This is the so-called hysteresis. This is the rubber which gets worked when getting deformed between the rolling and the road. So this causes energy, and the slipping on the road causes heat. So these are the heat sources basically which go in. And then the model goes like that. This is a convection model, so there is speed-dependent term. The faster you drive, the more convection you have and the more cooling they get. And you have also a static term, so when you stand still, basically the tires cool also very slowly down. What else is to say? It's a bit more complex than that. The heat capacity of the wheel changes also basically how much heat it can carry. So basically in the beginning, the default tire in TORCS, if it's not set up in the XML files differently, has usually a thread of 5 millimeters, which can be worn off. And basically, there's the heat capacity of this rubber when it gets worn off goes also away. So basically, the tire gets more sensitive to temperature changes, the less rubber is there, because there is much volume to store the energy. And also the nitrogen filling of the tire is considered too. And there's another funny thing about the rubber. Rubber changes the heat capacity with temperature pretty significantly. So in the operating range about 6% maybe or so. So this is considered too, that the heat capacity changes. So there are quite some moving parts in there. It was actually pretty interesting to put that together. So let's have a look at the setup screen. I don't know if people are aware of that even exists. In practice and in qualifying, if you go to pit, you can see that setup screen where you can set up the car, which goes then in a file which is saved for your player. Here in the lower left, you have basically slots you can pre-fill, so you don't have to name files. So basically, if you want to save your current thing which you have here in the slot backup A, so you hit on backup 1, and you can shuffle around your backup. So basically, you have dedicated slots for practice, qualifying, and race, and the backups and the car default is also there if you want to get rid of everything and go back to the standard of the TORCS distribution. If there is no qualifying and race setup defined, basically TORCS looks up hierarchically what's there. So basically, in that situation, the race would use the practice setup. If there would be a qualifying setup, it would use the qualifying setup for the race, and so on. There are also new things here to configure. I don't know if it was in the previous version. There is caster now. This is relatively new. And you can also adjust the fast and rebound threshold. Maybe you are aware that four-way dampers have a speed threshold. Basically, if you have slow bump and slow rebound, this is if the damper is compressed or expanded below a certain speed, let's say 4 centimeters per second or so pretty slow compressed or expanded. Basically, that damping is active. And if the speed is faster, there is kind of an additional, how is this called in English? I cannot find the word. It's the thing that opens if the pressure gets higher because of the faster compression speed. So basically, it can spill over and then take the fast parameter. And basically, you can now configure this transition for compression and expansion. So you can now do pretty realistic setups here. Basically, these parameters have been always in TORCS, but they were never exposed to the XML files or to the configuration. So that's those here. Here the thresholds here. What else? The rest was all there, I think. And of course, if you change tires, they are cold, at least for now. Maybe it would, of course, be just 1 or 2 lines of code to at a predefined temperature. So, what else? What is to say, basically I adopted most of the cars in TORCS regarding that model, so all the classic cars are adopted, TRB1 cars and others. There are a few which are not adopted, like the Bayabag and such, because they need full remodeling anyway. So, what are we doing now? I guess the race would be good now. What do we want to do? E-track 6. Okay, but then let me check first if I have a working setup, or let's put together one. Also here you cannot abandon the race, and then basically here go into the setup screen. Just adapting some stuff. Increasing the ride height a bit to be not such sensitive over the curbs. I think the springs are pretty weak per default. Let's add here 100. Caster could also be more. Oops. What else? Yeah, you can also drive into the pit and change it there. That's what I shown beforehand. So that's hilarious. So what else? I think this is a bit overly pessimistic. Basically, the setups are, of course, a compromise between the modes. If somebody drives rookie mode, it has more grip, so that's the reason why the brake balance is way in the front for if you drive pro mode. Whoops, that's nonsensical. So, what else? That seems also extremely strong. And that looks not too bad, but this might be a bit less. Hello. So, okay. What do you think? Is that good? Oh, that's not good. Where did it go? So, better. So, Cambria, let's leave it like that for now. Yeah, okay, let's see. Basic tracks you can do with the track editor. I think SpeedDreams has a further developed version, or the basic one which you find with TORCS. This is a bit an older version. But these are very basic tracks, so if you want to do something like that here, basically you have also to do some 3D modeling. Why can you not do it on Linux? It should actually be no problem. Because the toolchain is the same. Basically, if you compile TORCS from source, all the tools which are shipped with the Windows version are there too. Apart from the track editor, you have to download that separately. And for that you have to install some sort of Java, but that's the same on Windows. Yeah, I don't know how Speedtrim's developed their tire model. They recycled the part from my temperature part, but they added a lot of own stuff. I think they also had pretty funny bug if you were driving backwards that the temperatures get negative and super weird stuff. It might be that there is a pre-packaged version for your distribution, so don't bother, just get one which is there. So let's catch up. Oh, okay. Doesn't high pressure reduce the contact patch and traction, if anything? I wish it would be that simple. It's more complicated. It's not implemented in TORCS yet. But I'm thinking about it. Basically, you have to consider it depends how badly or how low your tire pressure is. If it's very low, basically the middle is not inflated enough, so basically the flanks get stressed and wear, and there is a lot of wobbling in the tire because through the pressure it also gets some stiffness. So basically, if you increase the pressure from a very low point, the performance of the tire gets actually up. But from a certain point, it is that inflated that basically the contact patch is entirely in the middle and gets smaller and smaller, and the tire stiffer and stiffer. And then it depends a bit what you want to achieve with it and how you drive also. Basically, you have then less rolling resistance. And less fuel consumption is if the tire has a higher pressure, but you have also more stress in the contact patch. So you have less grip from a certain point, but it's pretty complicated. So what I wanted to fix in this high-speed part, I had the problem that the rear was going out a bit. How do we address that? A bit more anti-roll bar maybe. And I think I did never switch into the 6th gear, right? Or maybe reduce the final gear a bit. What else? I could also raise the front right height a bit more. What about the diff? I could make lock earlier. Maybe. Oops, something like that. Hold on, wrong. That was on the braking, not acceleration. So. Yeah, but the pressure and the temps, they depend on each other because basically you can assume that the volume of the tire is pretty constant because it is a very rigid construction. So if the temperature goes up, the pressure goes up too. It's better now. Oops. It's a bit too optimistic. Good. At least with that right out. Feels not pretty good. The brake pressure is maybe a bit high for that track. I look up pretty often, but I think the balance is not that bad. I have now +4. Did I correct the final gear in the wrong direction, by the way? For me, it almost seems like I went at the rocks now. That's pretty cool. That car. And me as driver, I'm also not the best sim driver. Also to mention. I was pretty good back in the days, but I'm now pretty old. Let's see. What else? I complained about the pressure on that track and faster tracks. It matters, but here. Let's see. No, I basically updated the fonts. I did not mention that in the changelog. It's mentioned. It's still the same fonts, but high resolution. Now, okay. Maybe that was not too optimistic. run into the limiter here. No, it should be fine for that track. Oopsie. Oh, just. Temps are pretty good, front left is suffering. Yeah, it's me. Myself, it's not a bot. With a gamepad, by the way, which has coupled axes, so I cannot brake and accelerate at the same time, which is pretty terrible to stabilize stuff. Because I'm used to do it, I do sometimes both, and then it kind of computes the average, and then it does not what I want. Attempt. Understeering. Or I'm too conservative with steering input. Somehow do not want to merge the tires for reasons. So, what do we get now? Oh, that's pretty consistent now. Okay, that's cool. 2.5 tenths. Okay. I will head once more to the pit. I have now a bias of +4. So I will add that to the setup to make it permanent. So let's catch up with the chat. GT Sport. Basically, when I was sim racing in leagues and so, this was much earlier, around 2004 and 2006 with Simbin's GTR. And later with GT5 on the PlayStation 3. Driving with the mouse especially, yeah. But it's surprising how good people get at things if they practice enough. Keyboard. Hardcore. So what I had +4 is 4 clicks. This is 1%. So otherwise, I think it was pretty good. So then let's get out. Abandon. And let's do now a real race. Of course, on this track where we built the setup on. Hello. So. So, okay, because I have cool tires at the beginning, there's no point of starting in front, I will fall back anyway. Do we want to do kind of a multi-class race? What about Unicode, you mean? You mean TORCS? What could we take? Do we want faster opponents or slower ones? Let's take faster ones. This makes stuff more interesting. Then you have to manage the getting overtook and stuff. The Master of Action. Let's take that. So they should start in front. So maybe 2 or 3 more. And maybe some lost BTs. So this should be deliver some chaos, I guess. Does the player level affect the bots in any way? No, currently not. But this would be super easy to implement, of course. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, very important to get that with the shit track right. So, yes, these are total different implementations actually. The Bernie W's are my very initial implementation. This is also a bit for reference that you see how things improve. The Bernie V2s are, if I remember correctly, a better implementation of them. The BTs are implementation based on the robot tutorial, and Oletros is something completely else by Christos. We basically took BT and added some machine learning stuff to it and statistics. So, what time is it? What was our lap? 1:30. That means 10 laps. Will take 15 minutes approximately. 20. Yeah, let's do a real race. Let's do 30 laps or so. Okay, let's go. First laps will be hard with cold tires as usual. It's hard to have the patience to slowly accelerate with cold tires. was it? Instead. Just avoid the penalty. So now the front left is getting cocked again. The rest is good. zwar ein bisschen weiter. Because of that. Of course, if the tires were down, they cannot generate that much heat anymore because the deformation of the rubber gets less and less with the wear. So they start to run cooler than the wear. Track. Oops. He has problems with flapping this dude. Okay. Oh, well, let's just this element special to overtake. Careful. Mission, sir. Stop running. Tires doing, fronts towards the 25 through. Oh, dive bombing. Well, what I think is funny, I still do online races at times with some racing simulators, and basically the OLED shows pretty resemble real players in open lobbies. That comes pretty close. Nobody has ideas. Rears are fine, fronts are still hot. So, almost half the race through. The tires might actually make it.
So, halfway through.
not bad. Good thing is there's nobody right behind me. Tires are not perfect, and maybe I'm crazy, but I think that the fuel which has burned helps also. The rears get slowly cold. behind, nobody in front. So just chill out. Two-thirds went over. The upshift paddle on my gamepad is a bit worn out, so sometimes it does not register. Sometimes I'm just stupid, but sometimes it definitely does not register the upshift. Fast guys are coming. concerning for the moment. That's right, please. To go. Let's see if this is out. Tires look good enough. done. Okay. So, let's see. But the lap times were at times quite consistent. It's cool, yeah. Minus 14 this lap. Oh! Hello, Racing Heart. Yeah, the thing with that is basically the constants are defined like this in TORCS. So it is basically like the technical order is inside the simulation. But of course the idea is then to get rid of that thing at some point and have a nice picture as usual the racing simulations have. So don't be too worried about that. So let's catch up with the chat. Basically the turbo is just a noise in TORCS at least. I don't know if Speed Dreams did add that. What happened else in the chat? So let's see. Now I don't know who was what. The letters were all TRB1. The speed is 2, 5 for 3 also. Yeah, basically I won the second class. Oh, by a lot actually. Yeah, nice, that was fun. So, what else? Oh, maybe I can show you quickly the brake balance adjustment buttons to configure. Basically, these are these here, brake bias plus and minus. You can configure that here. This is especially important if you have tire wear and temperatures, because basically if you have less grip, you want the brake balance more to the rear, because you don't decelerate that fast. And then the faster you can decelerate, or the more grip you have, the more you want to move it to the front. And then if the tire wear off and cool off, you want to go back again. Yes, there is demand. Basically, I think speed trims replace them partially or fully, I don't know. And if I find the time at some point, I will backport them to TORCS, if that's the case. If not, it would be cool to have them reworked with the free art license. Because then we could basically further develop it. It would then not be stagnant. That's a bit sad with this weird license stuff, that you basically cannot do a lot with it. So, is the stream still alive actually? Let me quickly check. Yeah, looks good. Good, okay. What could we do? We could try the Nordschleife a bit. Yeah, that's the problem. Basically, I stopped integrating non-free stuff into TORCS because it is super annoying. So, okay. Good, let's try to do a lap here, a good one, so I will probably need around 5 attempts at, as I know me. But first we have to look at the setup. What do we have here? Oh, this is a fresh install on the computer. That's the reason why I have not my usual settings. This is quite bumpy. Oops, no. Yeah, let's make that a bit stiffer, like the other setup before. That on the race before was actually very drivable. That was fun. This was really cool finally. Slow bump on the rear. I want to stabilize the rear and acceleration, so I want to soft on slow bump that it can compress, but a bit more damping on expansion. Oops. Wrong. Although maybe because this super bumpy, maybe 10 is better here. We will see. It's just guessing currently. How is the friction? I think this is pretty normal apart from the carousel. Hi George. And here basically I run in the speed limiter on the Fuchsröhre and on the Flugplatz, I guess. Not so much on the climbing straight. I don't know the name of that yet. So maybe we can make the final gear a tad longer. So. SD introduced some features, so maybe it does not understand everything. That's entirely possible, that there is something not compatible anymore. But I guess it did not derive so much that it is unsalvageable. Basically, if you run TORCS windowed, not full screen, and you still see the console, then you can see what is complaining about. And if the window closes, you can run it from a command line, then it does not disappear. So you can probably see what is wrong. I guess it will be something on the XML parsing. But that's just a guess, of course. So, let's see. Yeah, but also if the model parser would find an error, it's verbose at times what's wrong. Not always, but some stuff it can detect. Oh no, this track. What's wrong with it? I think it's a challenge because at least the model I have here has some horrible cracks in it, so it's really hard to drive. From now on, it's me. It's clear as well. I don't low grip carousel. This is always a problem. This has an insane low friction values and Ah, you have other racing modes in TORCS. Skip qualifying. Can you skip it? I'm not sure. I think technically you could basically just destroy your car. That should work definitively. And I cannot remember if there's in the state machine a thing to basically just skip it. So, now, focus. Curbs there, unfortunately. Das Charakter ist gut. Ah, did then the track generator crash or something? Because there is, if I remember correctly, I did not work for that since 8 years because I fixed the last bugs I found around then. There was an array basically which is static, which limits the vertices which you can have. I don't know if I exchanged that with something dynamic, but there was a limit. This jump here is also absolutely devastating. Boing boing. Oh, that when the car is floating. At least this time. If I hit the barrier, you see it, of course. Yeah, I wonder if it would be beneficial to increase the ride height a bit, or even a bit more, to also to make the bumps and the curves less deadly. Funny. 6:58.74. I think that this was pretty exactly my record 8 years ago or so. That's really funny. Cool. But I think the longer final gear was not beneficial because on the uphill part I was 3 kPa slower, I guess. But it did not redline. Yeah, cool. The parsing stuff regarding the XML, there's a module, SRC modules track, and there is the stuff in there. There are two loaders, track 3.cpp and track 4.cpp. And there's not directly the parsing, but basically the calls to the parsing. The XML stuff is then in a extra library with an extra API. This is this whole parameter handle stuff thingy. Basically, in the downloads on SourceForge, there's also the API documentation. This is generated documentation. You can download this. There is not a lot explained, but a bit, and you can browse it. So, that was good enough. So now to basically chill a bit, I would do a robot race. Boom, boom. Yeah, that could be entertaining. And I think there is an OLED which has a rally car now. Sorry. Ah, here. So, that should do the trick. The parameters are in a header file. You will find it there basically in the CPP file. It gets included on the top. Also, when you download the API doc, you find it there. Basically, these are all constants which then define the properties you can set in the XML. Like, I don't know, curve, barrier, whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. I have a friend which works for Giants on the farming simulator. It's a Giants company, and he's a vehicle artist there. It's not just, it's just a specific job. Nothing wrong with that. You want the letters, you want the action. Where is it? Here it is. I really like Andrew's tracks. It's just brilliant. He has something basically he can do with basically relative little and simple things. He has the talent to look it consistent and interesting. I really like his stuff. Yeah, there's the new track, the Hidden Valley is also from him, which I showed beforehand. Yeah, he also participated when we did the online bot championships. Oh yeah, that was cool. I think he has also a very good view on the world. As I understood it, at some point he had no normal job and he worked basically as day trader, as I understand it. Take that with a grain of salt, maybe I remember wrong. And then when he found a real job, he said something like he's happy to do something which is actually useful for mankind. So that was good. Yeah, to be fair, the Allegros bot has, because the installation is fresh, it has no training data yet, so... Yeah, after that we can run a race on Hidden Valley on the new track. Yeah, that sounds at least like something useful, no? If you calibrate something, probably you are involved that the quality fits in the end, right? Oh, do you do anime textures and stuff? Basically on race cars, I find that pretty cool. In Forza Motorsport, that's something I play occasionally. There are also dudes which upload this anime textures, and I like them actually pretty a lot. To be honest. And we did Unicode to name the stuff like shit track. Okay. I see. Did you guys ever have a look in the add-on package on SourceForge with the generator tracks from the track generator of the Italian University of Applied Science? I don't know which institute it was. They're pretty cool. For testing 138, I basically run those too, and they still work, so they can be pretty entertaining. If we talk, maybe I can install them afterward in the background, and we can run arrays from them or so. Let me see, do I have it locally lying around? This has to be on the desktop, if any. TORCS generated. Let's unzip that. Yeah, exactly those. Where did they go? Ah, right. I will now put them into the TORCS directory. I hope it doesn't crash or so, but it should not. Today on the open heart, I inject them. Let's see if that's a good idea. But technically it should work. That's of course how all catastrophes start, right? Ah, I put it in the wrong directory, that's a bad idea. This has to go. And I have to copy that up. Directory for everything. Oops. Done. Yeah, maybe TORCS will then crash, we will see. You will be in the first row to know. So. Okay. So. Yeah, sure. Basically, this is also maybe a bit a me problem, because the selection which I uploaded on SourceForge was basically pleasing to me, and this thing had this themed download. Basically, you could apply a theme like hill or mountain or so, and I found some layouts interesting and downloaded them in 5 variations or so when I saw it fit. So. So how is he doing? He's just 7th. Well, what's going on? I would have expected to win. So, now let's see if they are there. It did not crash, that's good. Yes, here they are. Ah, I thought they had previews. They don't. Did they not load somehow? Do I have to go back here? That the previews get loaded. Oh no, it's the Nordschleife which sabotages that, I think. Yeah, now it works. So as you see here, basically this TORC fleet thing. No, it is not, but this songs I have this in 3 variants, for example, here. And this here in 2, and so on. Let's take a rally card. Basically for testing stuff and just to have a bit variation, and so I love these things. And they have also crazy features like cracks or crazy slopes and stuff. But sadly they don't have pits. Look at this, this is really steep. Crazy stuff. Yeah, now what do you mean? It has pretty similarity. And basically what they cannot do is real straights. So, or at least very seldom, let's put it that way. And I think as inspiration for interesting turn combinations and stuff, it is pretty cool actually. So for example, if you want to do a track and you like basically a certain combination of turns, you can copy it out of that and build something new from it. And I also like the theming. So I think it's a valuable thing to have. There is one thing with crazy jump, is it that one? In Excel? How does it work? Did you generate XML with Visual Basic scripting, or how did you do it? Okay, that is not that one. I mean, these tracks have really features which are not so common, and I think that makes them interesting. Like these curved combinations, or also the slopes, which are quite unusual. This looks terrifying here. If you would stand here and look down in the abyss. Crazy. That looks scary, doesn't it? You don't want to fall off here. It's the same layout. Was it that one? There was one which was not extreme from the high profile, but which has is very, yeah. Was it that one? I'm looking for a certain feature which I found very interesting. This one. Let's take the snow variant. This very sharp 180-degree turn. Somehow I like that. I don't know why. It's also I like that also on Suzuka, or on E-Track 2, where I introduced this thing. Oh, crazy slope. What was that? Quella Mountain Snow. Let's do a quick race here quickly. So. Said we have to focus on Aletros. which has an interesting sound bias. That's the Subaru. Cameras, you add them in the XML, you say basically in which segment they belong, and when they start and when they end with their field of view. You can basically look that up in tracks which have cameras. It's technically it's pretty easy to do, but to place it properly is a bit tricky because you have to place it and then to watch a race and see if you like the result and to iterate a bit. But it's not rocket science, it's actually pretty easy to do. This is so steep. You said you like the hill version of this. Let's see. This one. Long day is Le Mans, right? In speed dreams. I did not recognize this. my censorship filter automatically put that away. So, let's have another look at Andrew's new track, to honor that a bit. But here we need something faster. Not so fast, that's fast enough. Ah. How much can I add to a quick race? Was it 40? Yes. Let's go. No. Basically, they run on semi-pro. They are not affected by the tire wear and temperature model. They couldn't care less in this mode. Of course, you can set them in their XML configuration to Pro, then it's enabled. Here's good action. Why does it annoy you? Yeah, it is pretty hard. I suck on it too, so don't worry. Because the first spiral, when it gets tighter and tighter, this is really tricky. Yeah, they are pretty high. So stuff is slowly untangling a bit. You mean the first one after the initial straight, where you can take several lines and people overtake outside sometimes? Was this that one? Basically, I would recommend you to open a GitHub project or something, because then everybody can clone it from there, and it's public and it's free and everything, and it's quite common nowadays. Basically, TORCS is still on SourceForge, but this is basically just because we have been ever there. I think currently it is not so popular anymore compared to GitHub and other things. So I think nowadays I would go for GitHub. And then basically you can announce it in the respective mailing lists or forums from Speed Dreams, TORCS or whatever simulation. Well, what is very important, that people can basically continue developing it, that you really choose one of the free standard license, like the free art license and the GPL and stuff. Because if you say basically you add a copyright header of your own and something like just usable with permission and everything, basically nobody will care and do something with it, because it is complicated. I don't know. I think you don't have to use AI integration if you don't want to. You mean AI, not A first, I second, right? Artificial intelligence. The only thing is you will have to learn the very basics of Git if you're not used to it. This might cost you maybe half an hour or an hour till you grasp the basic things and how you do it. Basically how you create a repository and how you pull and push things around and so on. But it's not rocket science if you don't want to do the complicated stuff. If you just want to basically pull and push stuff, it's pretty easy. Ah, okay, interesting. I was not aware of that. Learn something. Okay, cool. Yeah, what's funny about it, from my point of view, it has actually not much to do with artificial intelligence. Large language model is a better fit for what they are doing, because they are good at language, and that's the whole point. Yeah, but basically, I have maybe a bit of different view regarding that because I basically was always interested in it. So basically, two interesting things happened. The one was when the deep learning was basically enabled or unlocked. This was basically with the Signum function and the deep architectures that you have just feed-forward networks with multiple layers. That was around 2011. And then 2017 was this paper, Attention is all you need, or all you need is attention. I cannot remember the name. And since then, from my point of view, not much happened. It was just that one scaled that up like crazy and was surprised how good it got actually. But from my point of view regarding innovation, and so basically 8 years long, not much did happen. It was just scaled up and a tweak left, a tweak right, but it's still the transformer model with attention, which was proposed there with a few tweaks. And I think to make a real step forward, something more is needed. And I have no idea if this will happen next week or in 100 years. We will see. Did you only do the tracks, or did you also walk around and do photography with your mobile or something, and then texture the stuff and model the environment? There came quite a lot from it actually, because it was used to test out some techniques, and so there are basically on Google Scholar there are tons of papers and stuff where TORCS was used, or still is sometimes. Okay. I don't know this Gran Turismo thing. I don't know how much is marketing and how much is real on that thing. The TORCS racing board is currently down. Basically, during COVID there was not much interest, or at least nobody contacted me that they wanted to race. And then my hoster stopped hosting, and I did not renew that till now. But if there is demand, I can do some technical maintenance and we could be up next year or so. because what I needed to do, what is annoying, I would need to port it to a newer PHP version for sure. It's not a monumental undertaking, but it does some work. Yeah, that is great fun to write about. That's basically how I started with TORCS. This was 1999 or something like that. Yeah, you can download the old one, it's not totally useless. If you know what you are doing, it's actually still pretty close. Yeah, but writing about it is really some kind of magic if you write it, if you don't do it with machine learning or somehow, if you program it out. In speedstreams you have Wolf Dieter spot. This was pretty cool in the championships. Danny spots were also cool. I don't know, do you have them in speedstreams? Daniel Schellhammer's bots? I don't know if you have them. And of course then was this legendary guy, I cannot remember his name, which was even in the predecessor of TORCS, there was this RARS thing beforehand, Robot Auto Racing Simulator, which basically was the inspiration for the founders of TORCS. And he was there basically also champion, and he popped up then in the TORCS championships, and of course he won. His spots were very cool. Ah, okay. Yeah, the problem is basically if you have multiple implementation and have to maintain it, it is kind of a burden. Because let's say in TORCS I think about implementing stuff like yellow flags, blue flags, pace card and such stuff. And of course if you have just the one robot implementation which you use for everything, this is much less work than if you have to do it 5 times. Basically an entry criteria is that the bots were GPL. If there is demand, I can put them somewhere, of course. They should be licensed appropriately. maybe they need some adoption because they were not maintained, but at least with TORCS they should be more or less still compatible. Because I think the last championship was 2018, 19 or 20, something like that. This was before COVID. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's a bit tricky, especially on Linux. On Windows, basically you have one build where you can rely upon basically that people use the installer, so you could make an installer which goes to the registry, finds the TORCS installation and put them in the right directory. But on Linux it might be wherever it is, so we have to do some manual adoption there. You don't need to dream about it. Just do it. Basically, if you do the super easy thing in basically the robot tutorial, of course this is utterly stupid. It just follows the middle line and stucks in the first gear and drives a bit around. But I mean, when I started, even that was very satisfying. Basically, to see that it works, and you can go from there. And you can go how far you want. If you think you are done after 5 hours and you have seen it, you can stop it. And if you like it, to do it for the next 10 years, there is always something to do. So. Yeah, but there you can do two approaches. Basically, you could say, I try to model it. Basically, I look into the formulas and consider it. That's something which I did in the robot tutorial, where I basically analyzed what aerodynamics does and how it helps and how I can integrate that. But you could also basically do a robot which just tries to drive as good as he can and then learns on the go. So you mean we should open a Discord chat? I don't know. There are guys from Speedreams in the chat in the chat too. Do you have a Discord server or something where you talk? I think you have a platform like that, right? If there is none, it is easily done to open a Discord server. This gives 5 minutes to do. This is a no-brainer. Okay, I don't know about Matrix. Yeah, with my buddies I use also Discord. So, yeah, I like the track which Andrew has built here. So, I think I have shown what I want to show, but I can start the race and we can continue chatting a bit. What do we start? Let's take one of these. Yeah, let's club just something together. Oh, we didn't see historic cars today yet. Let's put some of them in. Yeah, that's good enough. I think there is first a qualifying, then how is it called? A short race for the final grid, and then the main race. Yeah, I will think about then opening up a Discord channel, and I would announce it then on TORCS Announce and in a YouTube video shortly. Then maybe we can meet with the people which are interested, and maybe it will take off and maybe it will stall, we will see. But basically, I don't plan to take another 7-year break from TORCS. This was more because of private matters and of COVID and stuff. So I hope I will find much more time and motivation in the next years to put that a bit forward. How many laps are those? 14. Racing Hard, the community, which racing game do you race then there? Assetto Corsa or iRacing? What do you do there? Yeah, I would love to see more cool tracks. I also plan to look then at some speed dreams track and to see if I can port them back to TORCS. With cars, I'm a bit more conservative till basically the physics and everything has definitively played out. Because, for example, it was a major hassle now to adopt the new tire model to all the classic cars and stuff. There's a lot of work. So basically, if you have too much cars, you make your life really hard. But tracks are kind of a no-brainer. From when is it then, this Automobilista things? I heard of it, but I never cared a lot. Yeah, there are some TRP liveries from the championship, which I have integrated into TORCS. This one, there it is, yeah. Ah, no, this is the VDB. This is the USR, yeah, the 77. Yeah, this is cool, and of course it is also from Andrew. Who else? Yeah, I mean, Alpine 2 was also from him. It's also pretty beautiful. I think Wheel 2 was also from him, but I'm not sure. Pretty sure, yeah. I cannot remember what the name meant. Ah, you name it like this in speed dreams. Okay. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. No problem with that. Basically, if you wonder, I think it's cool that Speedstream picked up TORCS as base. So it seems TORCS was the best choice which was available, and that is honored. And that's the whole point of open source, that people can build up on stuff which other people built. So that's part of the concept. Is Wolf Dieter still active? Yeah, I've seen that here and there. I sneak in your forums and see what's going on, just out of curiosity. And I think that was a bit unlucky, I think somebody was pretty unhappy about that, right? Okay. Yeah, but in speed dreams you have also beautiful liveries, right? Or even more beautiful. But as said, with backporting cars I'm a bit more conservative, because they're really a burden to handle if you have too many. What I would find very cool, if somebody would remodel the classic cars and release them under a free license to have them freed, actually. This would be cool. Damned 7, which was that? Is this in the race? Ah, this one, yeah. I think actually the deliveries in TORCS look cool, but they are just too old and low resolution, and they are not free. That's the problem. Deliveries by itself are not too bad, I think. For example, the Peugeot with this blue-white theme, I like that actually quite a lot. Thank you for the compliment. They are mostly from me, so I can tap myself on the shoulder. That was actually the goal of the TRP1 series, to have a consistent set regarding art style and also performance, to have them compete, and in the TORCS racing board races we did. Bulldozing. Whoopsie. Interesting move. Okay. That won't end well, will it? Ah, okay. Yeah, this would be easy to do actually, but somehow there was always something more important. Yes, it worked. Epic, I love it. The skid mark pattern looks also really pleasing on the track. No. That is actually cool if you develop robots and you think you imagine how something should work and then it turns out differently. That's sometimes pretty weird. Just saying. Sorry. It depends. It helps in a different way. No? What do you mean with memory? You mean the current selected track? Okay, so basically it crashes because it does not find the track which is selected. This is an XML file, I cannot remember in which one. I would guess it is in one. Basically, if you select practice or something, there's basically one race manager for each of these options. And there is somewhere the current selected track, so it should be pretty easy to find and to edit. And then you have just to replace it with a track name which you actually have. And I think the track name is the directory name, not the display name, if I remember correctly. No, page sharing is not enabled here. This is just the default stock installation. So some people will starve, probably. I mean, there was this Formula One race in Monaco in the 90s. It was a rain race where who was the guy who won? I cannot remember, but there just arrived 4 cars in the end. If I remember correctly. This was a crazy thing. Was it Olivier Panis which won that thing back then? Or could he have won it and threw it away in the last moment? I cannot remember. But I think this was somewhere in the range of 1994 and 1998, something like that. Or could Heinz Harald Frentzen won it and threw it away? I think it was that, and Olivier Panis won it then, or something like that. Yeah, no worries. There is too much sports to track, so perfectly fine to not know everything, because it is actually just a passion and hobby. It's not really useful knowledge, is it? Ah, Monaco 96. Okay, then the range at least was right. That was crazy. I watched that live back then, actually. Circuit motorsport, as far as I know, yes. But there are hill climber races, if I'm not totally wrong, since quite some time. Yeah, in 1996 I was 25, so I'm really old now. Just so you know. If you think about it, the TORCS turns in 2 years 30 years old. That's madness. And I joined 1999. Now I feel better, thank you. Oh my. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool hobby to work on something like that, or on anything. It is, at least for me, it's more satisfying than, for example, just watching a movie or something. To create something, even if it's not the same like a commercial game where it's, 100 million or so something is spent on. Of course, these are in a different league, but it's nice anyway. Yeah, and the cool thing on Torx and speed dreams and such things with free licenses is that you can basically do whatever you want as long as you respect the license and give away your stuff again too, back to the community. There is no naming scheme as such. There is a limitation, and Bernie Way is not that good, by the way. Just saying. But in TORCS there is still a limitation that the bot module just can handle 10 bots. This is totally artificial, and I will remove that at some point. But currently it is the case, and the symbols is then basically to add another robot to add more cars. Yeah, it is actually totally artificial. I guess it will be about 10 or 15 lines of code to fix that, and of course to adopt all the robots. You have just to switch the allocation around instead of doing it statically, so it should be fairly trivial. Oh, another one dancing. The PTs seem not to like the pit lane of corkscrew. We are 11 laps in and there is still some pile-up going on, but the track is pretty short. Did you install it with the installer? The installer installs per default on program x86 TORCS, and the rest goes to app data, and otherwise there should be nowhere else stuff. In the registry, the installer remembers which version is installed and such stuff, that if you install a newer version that they can deinstall it. Basically, if you delete after the installation, you could manually check in app data if the TORCS folder is gone, and if it's still there, remove every traces of it. And in program x86, you could also remove the TORCS folder in case there are some leftovers. Yeah, that's not the philosophy on Windows and Linux to basically do that. Ah, you clicked an old shortcut. Hold on. How old is it? Because it is perfectly possible that an old shortcut initially creates the file in app data which are not compatible with the new version. That could happen. I could imagine something like that. Yesterday, when I was packaging TORCS, I was also doing some stupid shit. Basically, I wanted to regenerate the Toxigen documentation, the documentation with Toxigen for TORCS 138. And always when I looked at it, it was 137, and I asked, where is 137? I searched for it to find, nowhere to be found. And the clue was with my browser, I was just pointing to an old directory. I was not looking at the newly generated version. That was so stupid. So it works now? With the normal build, there is no verbose mode. If you basically compile it differently, there is a debug macro which is a bit more verbose. But you can check, I don't know if you ported your system from Windows 7 or so. There is also this local roaming directory where stuff in older versions get in. Maybe there is still some crap in. This is also an app data. This is some kind of compatibility thing. If an old application which did not know of app data where Windows mapped the directories automatically. By the way, did you guys already all switch to Windows 11? Or are you just using Linux? Okay. Yeah, I think this year Windows 12 comes out. Maybe I will skip 11 completely, I would say. I'm also still on Windows 10. I have both since ages, but for example, if I do the Windows port of TORCS, it's of course pretty natural to have a Windows around to do that. What was it? Hold on. Ah, this is from the robot tutorial, yeah. TORCS 3. Which one is that? But if you mean the orange-yellow livery of the BT thingy, I think this was similar in earlier TORCS versions. This was red-yellow, I think, somehow, if I remember correctly. Could be that this that I kept the spirit there a bit. I don't know if you tried that already. Basically, I would go to the TORCS directory where it is installed. There is the word TORCS executable. Go in the top line of the Explorer, type in CMD, then it will open a local command shell, and then start where vTorx exe from that place, because then you see basically what it complains about if you've not already done that. And if it complains. When was 124 released? I cannot remember. Was this around 2005? I would have to look that up. Oh, what's going on? Ah, the first guys run out of fuel. Because I think I took over from Eric officially, was it 2003 or 2005? And I think 1.23 or 24 was the first release where I was in charge. Yeah, some dudes have also accumulated a lot of damage. Stabilized. It is good in a different way. Yeah, it's basically the thing that is described in the tutorial with a few extensions. That's it. But I think it's specific for this track because the pit lane is so wide. I think that's the main cause for that. And probably the entry is also a bit bizarre. Yeah, I drove that in racing simulators too. This is a special, let's put it that way. If I remember correctly, it was a super sharp turn. And also the exit is then special in reality because you have this very narrow thing inside the first turn. So it is also super tight and small, narrow, if I remember correctly. So you did not implement that on SpeedDream already? Because I think this would be not so complex to do. If you have seen it in the changelog, I did some refactoring regarding some track calculations, and this is basically a first step towards basically variable width segments, and if that's done, one could then talk about basically separate paths and such stuff. Okay. Okay, that's the last pit. Yeah, that should be pretty easy to do actually, what you describe here. Basically I have that in mind, that's the reason why I did some refactorings in that area. But it's not done yet. Basically I unified some left-right handling because there was a lot of copy and paste and duplication, and funny enough some code was not properly implemented for the left variant, just for the right one. It did not matter because basically everything was handled over the right case, but there is a lot to do also in the track generator for the assets. There is a lot of copy and paste and left and right, where you basically just would need one code path and beforehand deciding what case you have and set some signs the right way, plus or minus, to get it correctly. But there's a lot of copy and paste from the whole stuff. And of course it means then a bit more, because of course the bots need to deal with it too. That's then the thing which is a bit more annoying. Ah, okay, that was easy. Yeah, but only short. It recovered quickly for reasons. Yeah, sure. He ran out of fuel. Does that count? Does he have a pit? He says can pit. Maybe he will make it. Let's see. Because he's so slow, he might not come in this oscillation state. That will get interesting. Come on, just a little bit. Yeah, we live another day. That's something I remember that I have fixed that if you make it into the pit without fuel, that you don't get thrown out. Because that was not the case in some version. I don't know when I fixed it, if it is 20 years ago or 10, no idea. But there was something. And here we go. So, but somebody else is now the leader. Yeah, but the problem is if you run out of fuel before the hill climb, you won't make it, of course. You have to be lucky that you are over the top there, that you can roll down. Yeah, but oh, okay. Oh, this guy runs also soon out of fuel. Liters will it attempts a new lap. Does he have a pit? Is it this one? He does not say can pit. Does he not want to yet? Or? Oh no, the damage is over 50%. He probably has just none. So this is doomed. Let's see if we make it out the hill. Three deciliters. Yeah, could work. And dead. When I did a YouTube video 7 years ago or so, I did 1:12:37 or so. Exactly. This was when I was testing the first implementation of the tire wear and temperature model. But I think you could go maybe. The setup was not particularly tailored, so you could basically improve the gear steps, the downforce, the ride height was not on the lowest. So I would not be surprised if somebody would show up with 195 or something like that. So I think 2 to 3 seconds faster would be possible. Maybe not for me, but for somebody who knows what he's doing. And I think in the TRB championships, which run with the pro rules and anti-tire degradation and stuff, it was around 109 or so. So the best spot were around that, I guess. What's a noob mobile? Because of efficiency, basically the bot setups are currently here just default setups, so they are not tailored for the track. They are also, the whole behavior is basically for stability, that they basically have a chance to make it. Yeah, it's a default. Which one? TORCS? By TORCS it's what is it? I cannot remember. And what is it in speed streams? I have no idea. Is this with rookie settings or pro settings? Ah, okay. Ah, you mean the default car in TORCS? Yeah, that's car 7, yeah. Mm-hmm. Does this run out of fuel too? What's up with that dude? So much damage and is not to put there, this will starve too. I guess. You mean in the TORCS one? In the OV1 or in Speed Teams? Because I think the handling of the OV1 is pretty cool. It works now again, which would be good news. Uh-oh. Unnatural selection. That's super weird. Basically, if you clean everything up, that's weird. That there is still something somewhere. Do you have an invalid file there? For example, if you have a readme txt or some file in the directory, then it thinks that this is a track directory, and it doesn't like that. Do you have something like that? Oh, this doesn't look healthy too. Yeah, but you can mitigate a bit with ABS and traction control, no? Ah, oh, you did a 102 with okay. Okay, yeah. Then that's probably pretty good. Yeah, what I like to do is on the PC that I use a gamepad. That doesn't take up too much space, and there are pretty reasonable one available for reasonable price. Of course, there are also things which are expensive as hell, but I think for around 25 or 30 bucks you can get a decent gamepad. Oh yeah, contrology. Yeah, basically when I was racing in leagues or so, that's what I mentioned over 20 years ago, and then in GT5 a bit. This was this around 2007 or 8, 9, 10, 11, sort of that ballpark. Then I raced with a steering wheel, but of course it's always bulky to install it and to put it away. And basically, if I developed TORCS, I could not have it with the keyboard and trying quickly something to use the steering wheel for that. It would be too annoying. Mm-hmm. And they have also pretty cool effects. For example, recently I played with Forza Motorsport, and except that people complain about the game and say what all is wrong with it, I'm also not a big fan of it regarding missing story mode and things to do in single player. But what I think they got really good is basically the feedback with the rumble on the controller. For example, if you accelerate and your rear wheels start to slip, then there's a certain vibration pattern in the controller. And the same as if you brake too hard, so you have pretty cool feedback which you can integrate when you get used to it, and it's actually pretty valuable. If at some point I have too much time and basically this is Estelle is implemented in TORCS, then I would probably implement something like this. Oh, he didn't get fuel. Hold on. Let's see if he will make it. He did not catch because VDB was in the way. Or the thing with the VDB skin. 0.6. That looks bad. I would bet that it doesn't make it over the hill. Let's see. No, just one. This won't work out. That's now literally an uphill battle. Eh? Maybe somebody gives him a kick in the back? No. Come on, hit him. No. And that's there are just 2 or 3 laps to go. Oh, another one running out of fuel. So close. Ah, 4 laps down. Crazy. So, last lap for the dude. Oh, this is also the full set of laps, okay. So we're still going. Ah, here we are. Oh, I had not so much electros on board. Okay. Good. So, I think that was fun, and it's probably enough for today. Thank you for joining. It was fun to talk to you guys. It was cool. Where is this TORCS thing now going? I hope I have more time to work on it. But first, there is some super boring stuff to do. Basically, 139 will basically deal with bringing TORCS on Windows to 46-bit, update the libraries, and all super boring stuff. So this will be nothing exciting there. And basically support newer Visual Studio versions and such stuff. On Linux, everything is fine. There are just 2 compiler warnings, so this is pretty clean. And these warnings are related with that the Windows build is still 32 bits. So if once the Windows build is also 46 bits, I can remove there the cast and it should be fine. And then we can see where we go from there. There are a lot of possible paths. There is some stuff we can still do on the 1.3 series, and then there is of course some stuff which will be incompatible. But what I have in mind is mostly still improving on some little details. Like for example the car setup screen, may make that more usable, or the controller calibration, or for example what could be a hindrance for somebody installing new is just the resolution switch not behaving good of the basically screen resolution and such stuff. Modern games have there most often that you can change it. And then they ask you for 15 seconds, and if you don't answer with yes, it worked, basically they set it back. So something like that would be neat. So kind of quality of life stuff. And then is of course the thing with the tracks, variable widths and so. And what I really dream of would be kind of a smart track generator integrated into TORCS itself, not a track editor. But the guys of you which might have played GT5 back in the days on the PlayStation 3 might remember there was a system where you basically could say, I want the track combined out of 7 parts. The one part should be super complex, the second easy, and then it generated something randomly. And I think this would be very cool. And you could do also something themed like Toscana or Green Hell or something like that. I like that actually a lot. I would think it would be very cool to have something like that. Yeah, and at some point then we have to do some incompatible stuff like the robot interface or so. This will then lead to version 2.0, I think, to support that, and then we can see we go from there. At some point also the whole graphic engine will be a thing where we go there. I think on speed dreams this with what is it called? I think this did not age well, right? Your new graphics engine, this more or less dead also. Yes, so we will see if it will be something which exists, or if I basically just port Palib to Vulkan and maybe enable Vulkan RT or something like that. We will see. But there is a lot to do. Yeah, one could do that. Yeah, so that was it for today. So thank you a lot for joining me, and then have a nice time. Enjoy TORCS and speed teams and whatever racing games you like, and I hope to see you soon. I will see if I will set up a Discord channel. I make a note, and maybe it will take off, maybe not, we will see. I mean, it's not a lot of work. If it stalls, fine. If it takes off, good. Okay. Good. Then have a good night and have a good time. See you another time. Bye.